What's going on, Mr. Cleveland? Thanks for popping in, buddy. How you doing today, Cleveland? Driving home? Oh, it's better than driving to work, I guess. Pete, so many pieces. I didn't want to take you apart yet. Sorry, I'm just trying to move stuff around. Amy Joe, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. Sergeant Grass, thanks for coming, buddy. Appreciate it. Cherry pie today. Cleveland, by there, I hope you mean home. So, I want to make this little, it is pretty tasty. Mr. Trudge, how you doing? Thanks for coming, buddy. So I want to make this smaller version of this planter. But I decided I want to make the frame of it out of pressure treated. And I've got a bunch of pressure treated down there. And I've got some over here. Right? Like there's a bunch down underneath this bench behind this stuff. And there's some all the way down there underneath all of this. But there is some pressure treated over there that was earmarked for the door, but I think I can use that. It'll be fun. Mark, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming. But I need to get some stuff cleaned up over here because this is kind of where I was sticking all the stuff from the laser deal. Because, you know, I just put stuff everywhere. It's kind of what I do. So, we shouldn't have to do too much. No worries, Amy Joe. Take your time. Dinner's way more important than watching me goof off. Yeah, he is. Cleveland's a G. In fact, he is very consistently the first one in. I am not going to be running the laser today while we're working because A, I don't want to have sawdust get blown over there and mess things up, and B, I'm doing a lot of cutting and there's no exhaust in here, so it smokes it out pretty good. Top sirloin with white rice. Ooh. I have like stir fry veggies, and some cube steak sitting in the house. That'll be what I fry up. I'll make up some white rice and dump it over the top. Everything's just sitting there, just waiting for me. But first things first is I gotta get some stuff moved around so I can get to what I need. What? I wonder if I can avoid a good portion of cutting. 27 inches? Yeah. You know what? I'll just have to cut more stuff through the door than when I build it. I still haven't decided. The door kind of got pushed off to the back burner because I haven't decided what I'm going to do for the panels yet. I might actually just cut up some cherry and put cherry panels in, paint the frame, I don't know, white, black, something, and do the panels as just cherry. Chicken fajitas, ooh. Have soup. Oh, soup sounds good too. Entire family's coming over? Alright. Pressure's on, I guess. Hi Rick, how you doing? Thanks for coming in, buddy. Yeah, Mark, it's always the pieces on the bottom. But I'm not going to move all of that so I can get a fresh 2x12 or 2x10, whatever those are. I don't even know what they are. 2x10. I'm just going to use some of these pieces that I had already cut down for the door stiles and rails. Boy, I tell you what though, Grass, this cherry pie is not half bad. Hello, Germany. How you doing, bud? Let me see if I can pronounce that name. Yusuf. Yusuf? Now I can't pronounce it. Hi, Germany. How you doing? I apologize for butchering your name there, bud. Alright, so I don't have a plan for this. I just have an idea. What's up, Runic? How you doing, bud? Thanks for coming. My idea is we'll take the pressure treated here, right? And we'll rip it down so it's square. So if this is 1.5 inches, we'll cut out 1.5 inch strips. Look at that, it's 1.5 inches. So I'll cut out 1.5 inch strips and Maybe for the legs, I'll do 2 inches by 1.5 inches. That way it gives it a little more stability. What name for this machine? Bosch? Yes, Rick, I'm going to make the little smaller version of the planter box. I'm not sure what you mean there, Germany. Bosch is a company that makes power tools. I am well aware of 1.5 inches grass. It's not the size of the boat. It's the motion of the ocean, buddy. At least that's what they tell me. So I'm going to do the legs and the front to back rails. I'll need 3 sets of those. So I'll need 6. I need 4 legs, 6 front to back rails, and I will need 6 long side rails. What's up, Crazy Life? How you doing? Thanks for coming. It's the money, Grass. It's the money. Hi, Kizzy. How you doing? Kizzy, I'm gonna make that little planter that I was talking about. Slain Irish tonight. Good choice. Good choice. I've got some cherry pie moonshine from a local distillery here. They make an apple pie that I really like too. In fact, I'm almost done with my cherry pie. So, we're going to make the smaller version of this box. It's going to be my prototype. I'm going to see, and then from there I can scale it up to the larger version. Johnny Black Label, always good. I have the, what is that, the 735X, the DeWalt planer. I think it's 735. I could be wrong. I think the X only means that it came with the in-feed, out-feed tables and the extra set of blades. Yeah, this planer, this one's 13 inches, but it is ridiculously loud. As some of the people on here would tell you, it can be ridiculously loud, and it gets louder as the blades dull. One of the upgrades I would like to do for this is the spiral head cutter. I'd like to do one of those at some point. But the spiral cutter head thing costs as much as one of these. So it's on the list of things, but I've got other tools that I'd like to pick up beforehand. Yeah, Runic. Yeah, they do. They are super nice, but they are crazy expensive. There's other things I'd like to pick up for this shop beforehand. Like the plywood to get the cabinetry built. The rest of the cedar to finish doing the walls. I mean, I got a bunch of cedar. I don't have enough, but I got a bunch of cedar. I'll probably end up finishing this half of the shop, and then that half of the shop can just, as I build out my cabinetry and stuff, my benches, my stuff up on the walls, I'll have to put up the cedar. Plug cutters? Ooh. I don't have a set offhand, but I believe Bearded Viking Woodworks, he uses a set that they seem really good. I can't remember the name of them, though. Can't remember the brand. Oh, I'm sorry. What board? Do I use another board to avoid snipe? Okay. So sometimes I'll use a board to avoid snipe. I did notice with this particular planer, but my experience, is hang on one second. So Crazy, he uses them a lot in his videos, and I can't remember where he mentioned what the brand was, but he usually goes live just about every evening. So you can type in chat. He's very interactive with chat. It moves quick, so he might miss it. You might have to post it, a couple of times, but he'll definitely answer you. He's a good guy. Helix? Oh, back to this thing. All right, so I noticed with this one, if I take these outfeed tables and I angle them up steeper, I will get much less snipe. Now, that doesn't work when the boards are short, so then I'll have to use a sacrificial board. It's just finding the right thickness. Right, Grass? It's about as close as we can get right now. We're spread out all over the country. We'll have to have a festival or something. We can all go to Double A's house. He's centrally located, and he's got a pond. The helical cutter heads that I want to get at some point are oh balls! I forget the name of them too. I just had it. We have a small wood shop, nothing crazy. We work with a lot of cedar and oak and walnut. Some chestnut, very nice wood. Dowel rods for plugs. Yeah. There are places like Woodcraft where you can get different kinds of dowel rods to use as plugs. But even then, finding cedar, chestnut, those are kind of off the wall things to use for plugs. So they're not used very often, or they're not something that they sell on their page. Those would probably be something you would have to cut. How you doing, Steve? Thanks for popping in, buddy. Yeah, snipe. Okay, so this is what snipe is. All right, so I send this through the planer. Okay, so there's a roller, a cutter, and a roller, right? So the rollers are what pushes the wood through, and the cutter spins opposite, right? So the wood's going this way, and the cutter is cutting this way, right? So when you feed it in, a lot of times what'll happen is that one roller will hit, all right, and then your wood will kind of roll up and dig into that cutter head for about this far. And then it'll hit that other roller and pull it down. And then when you're going out, your wood will do this. And once it drops off that first roller, it'll cock up. So if you angle your infeed and out on this one, like I have those tables, if you angle those tables up good enough, then it stops that end from pushing and it kind of keeps those ends flat. But when your wood is short enough or too long, length is a big thing. If you have a lot of wood, like you're trying to plane down a 6 foot long board, the weight of that board on the end is going to make it tip up. It doesn't matter what you do there. If you're not supporting it, it will tip. Yes, I follow John Malecki. He's not so much of a woodworker anymore. He's a YouTuber, and that's, perfectly fine. I think he said he stopped doing woodworking full time and started doing YouTube full time. But he does have a lot of really good content, and I mean he's a local guy. He's down in Pittsburgh. I think he's down in Pittsburgh area, and he seems like a really nice guy, and he knows his stuff. If I'm not mistaken, he was a football player at one point. Hey Matthew, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Oh, I see Festool in here. Yes, Miles, I have seen the domino cutter from Festool. No, I do not own one, and I have zero intentions on buying one, particularly for this shop. Yeah, no problem, Trudge. You can avoid it. So you can build a sled for your planer. What a lot of people do is they'll take that particle board that has the white coating on it, and they'll cut a piece and they'll stick it in there, right? And they'll put braces down to their table so that the wood is running through their flat. But that doesn't always work. Like I can see this piece of wood has a curve to it this way, right? So if I want to plane this side and I stick it through on that thing, no matter what I do, it's going to wiggle around. Unless I shim it up and stuff. So melamine, that's it. Thank you. I was drawing a blank. I was looking at a piece of it right here and it's drawing a blank. But the piece of melamine in there does work really well. Little side fences. I've never had an issue. When I put my melamine in there, I've never really had an issue of it walking, but I also kind of babysit it as it's going through. If you're just feeding stuff through, then you might need something there on the edges, but you got to be careful on that height. Offensive lineman for the Steelers. Okay. That's cool. I thought he was a football player. So I enjoy football, but I don't know the names of anybody on the field. They're just a number to me. I don't care what they do in their day-to-day lives or what they had for breakfast or whatever, like some people do. Some people get really into them and can tell you everything about them. I don't know anything about the players. What's going on, Hinton? Thanks for coming, buddy. I appreciate it. All right. So, I will cut those down for the long pieces. Those for the legs and the crossbars. So, I was going to go about 30 inches high, but these are 27, so that'll be just above knee height for me. It's like mid-thigh. So I think that'll be a good height. And then what I'm going to do with the pressure treated is once they're all cut down, I'm going to spray them with primer, and then I'm going to spray them black. So that'll be all the frame pieces will be black, and then I'll have the cedar. It'll be chest high for Luke. Yeah, you'll be able to use it as a bassinet or a crib. I know bassinets swing, right? What's up, Michael? Thanks for coming, buddy. I appreciate it. All right. Well, I better stop gabbing and get some stuff done here, or I'm never going to get nothing done. So, I'm not gonna do it right now because, it's winter time. But I do have an order for 2 of these bigger versions of what I'm going to make tonight. So I will put out a video on how to do them, and you won't have to use the planer, but I'm going to because I like how cedar looks when you plane it. But just so everybody knows, that way I'll do a step-by-step video on it, because the design that I have in my head looks really cool. And I can't remember if I've seen the design somewhere else before or not. So put the pie on the top of the fridge so he couldn't reach it. That's funny. Alright, so get rid of this. And then all I'm going to use for assembly is going to be wood glue and Pragnet. Now, on the full size, well, actually on the frame, I might actually sink some screws. And then putty them, just so it's strong. Any picks today? Nothing yet that I know of. Let me check my email real quick. Nope, no picks yet. So, if I would have gotten home sooner, I would have done all the cutting. Excuse me, goodness. I would have done all the cutting before I went live. But, oh boy, Michael, that's fun. I hate doing brake line. That's a big pain. Alright, so I'm going to make the legs 2-inch. So I need 4 of those. That way that has a little bit more stability to it. Yeah, did you damage the brake line, Michael, or was it just bad? Alright guys, so here's your warning. I'm going to run this off for a few minutes. If you guys want to mute or turn the volume down, if you got headphones in, something, there's your fair warning. Hi Felix, how you doing? Thanks for coming. Oh, it works better if I plug it in. Alright, I'm going to make a couple of cuts. Have your earplugs. Brake line won't bleed. Oh, gotcha. A lot of times, I don't know if you have it on what vehicle you're doing it on, but a lot of times the rubber line will have a metal bracket on it, and that metal bracket will rust on the inside where it curls around the rubber, and what that does is it closes off the brake line. Okay, I'm going to make a couple of cuts quick. I'm going to make 4 cuts. So I get my 4 leg pieces, and then we'll move on to the other stuff. Oh, that's right, Michael. We were talking about that. Um, that's right. Yeah, I remember now. You were wondering about a flood vehicle. All right, so these are going to be my 4 legs. So that's going to be the height of my little planter box, 27 inches up to the top. I'll probably put a trim piece on the top, make it 27 and a half inches. But now I need to cut 6 more pieces, and I'm going to make them square. So I want to cut the pieces that attach the front to the back, the short sides. So I need 6 of them. So it's 1.5 inches. All right, I'm gonna make. Hi, Nicole. How you doing? Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Pernell, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in. We're gonna make a smaller version of the planter box that I'm gonna be making a video on. Now it's gonna be a planter box, probably about 2 feet long, about maybe 8-10 inches wide. And be about 30 inches tall, little under 30 inches. I really wanted to do something that was spring related because it's cold as hell outside. I'm really over winter, and plus I need to build a prototype anyway. So I have an agreement for a project, and I never built it before, so I should probably build one. All right, so I'm gonna make 6 more I'm gonna make a couple more cuts, get 6 pieces. I probably don't even need 6 to be honest with you. These are 27 inches. If I need them 10 inches long, I'll probably just make 4 pieces and call it a day. That actually probably makes sense. All right, so give me 1 second. I'm gonna make some more noise here. Some of my little pieces that I had, it left me these 2, which will make great little supports for underneath the shelf and the box, I think. So low 70s, man. 60s, good lord, everybody's having fun. Everybody's having fun except for me. Yeah, cold up here. Spring in South Texas, man. I got like probably 2 months till spring hits. Although the weather does say be 40 degrees for a couple of days this week, which will be awesome. Except for the 20 degrees at night or less. But I'm inside at night, so it doesn't matter. This all means that soon I'll be mowing my grass. 2 months, can't wait. Yep. I'm not a winter fan. Only 40 degrees there. I think so. My weather app thing on my computer told me it was 27. I think today, and 27 Fahrenheit, and well, it felt like it was more like 35, 36. Like it was nice. Snow was kind of melting everywhere. It was great. Negative 27 heat. Holy crap. Negative 27 C. Oh, God. I don't even know how cold that. I know that Celsius means non-freedom units, and negative Celsius numbers mean it's cold. Windy. Yeah, I know some of you guys get a lot more wind than we really do here, but it's always nice finding that loose window when the wind's blowing. Some people like Alex, and those of you who live down in tornado country, you guys get a little more serious wind than I get. Okay, so these are going to be my rails front to back. I'm going to cut them down. These are going to be my legs. These will little cut-offs from doing the rails will probably be supports. Because cedar's not very strong and I don't want anything to fall out. Negative 16.6. Oh, that's still cold. That's plenty cold. I don't need it to be that cold. Yeah, Purnell, I know. What I'm thinking about doing is eventually when my Dan K channel hits 50 subs, maybe while I'm at work one day and I have to hammer out a wheel bearing and beat the snot out of it for 20 minutes, maybe I'll pop up on a live so that people can share it or do a short or something of it. So people can share it and the people down in Texas can laugh at me for not being able to just pull it right out. Yeah, Steph, I know you hate New York. Yeah, I know on the water, when you're just off the water, you get a lot of wind. There's nothing to break it up. No, Steph doesn't live in New York. Her job makes her go to New York on occasion. Yep. Yep, can't be tight if it's a liquid. STL, how you doing, buddy? Oh, no, you're good, Nicole. You're good. In fact, I've seen the prices of stuff in New York. I don't know how anybody lives there. You're paying like $4,000 a month for an apartment that's smaller than this shop here. Like, that's nuts. I'm doing pretty good. STL. Thanks for asking, bud. Okay, so I need to get the chop saw out because there's no point in cutting all those down if I don't really need to. So I guess I need to figure out my dimensions. So I want to do 10 inches by probably 2 feet. I think 2 feet would be fine. The 10 inch would be, that'll either be inside to inside or outside to outside. And I'll probably do it outside to outside. John, up north, we're going to build a little prototype of a planter that I got coming up here. It's just going to be, I'm going to use pressure treated for the framing and then cedar for the box and the shelf on the bottom. And I'm going to paint the pressure treated so it's not just green and gross looking. And then, if it looks good, maybe we'll do a giveaway with it. It probably won't be done tonight, but it'll probably be done tomorrow. But maybe we'll give it away to somebody. If not, I do have this laser over here that makes really cool signs. So maybe we'll personalize something for someone. I've only got 1,000,001 laser patterns that I can use, so. Bed for Luke. Yeah. Okay, so I moved these bits over here for no reason, because now I need to move them. Break out the chop saw. Move you guys down here. I only had you up here because I had to plug my phone in. My phone charger at work died on me, so. Nicole, it depends on how long you want to wait, but pine trees are mint. Excuse me. Although if you buy pine trees, or those, they're like a shrub that looks like a pine tree, or a Christmas tree. If you buy them, that can be, significantly high. That can be quite an investment. I'm still milling up cherry for that shelf. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Oh, yeah, that kind of limits on what you're allowed to do then, huh? Well, which way do you have to block? Do you have to block it from the driveway side or the long side? Like, do you have to block from the door? No, Steph. Ain't nobody coming to take down your 50-foot pine trees. I'd come and take them. If you get them cut down, I'll mill them up. And we'll have a big old bonfire with all the branches and stuff. It'll be over in like 23 seconds, but seems about accurate. So if you're trying to just block it from the door, you could build a wall out of pallets. Just use something to kind of lean the pallets on, like a cross brace. I mean, that could work. I don't know about your area, but my area I can get pallets for free. Oh! Well, you could just put a tarp up. Harbor Freight is always giving away what size is that tarp they're always giving away? Like 5x7? I got 1 billion of them back here. They're always giving away those 5x7s. You could put little hooks in the ceiling and on the walls and just clip the tarps to them. And then if it's not wide enough, you can kind of stitch the tarps together. Yeah, you could build a frame for it too. But if you're not going to be there long, then the only pain about the tarps is they'll do this in the wind, right? They're going to flop around. Yeah, their tarps are usually pretty cheap, cheaply priced. Let's be honest, the blue tarps. Good lord, are pretty cheap quality too, but they're usually giving them away when you buy something. So seems like every month you buy a pack of batteries and you get a free tarp. But yeah, if you use just one tarp, that could work out really well. And then it gives you a little bit of a break, so you might actually be able to have a little bit of heat in there. If you wanted to, run something like a kerosene heater or something. Okay, I'm gonna get the long pieces cut down to 2 foot, and then I'm gonna cut those short pieces down to about 10 inches. And so I'm gonna run this saw for a minute, and then I gotta cut the long pieces down on the table saw. Need to tape it. And then the only thing we're going to be running is the chop saw and possibly the table saw for a little bit for trimming to chop up some cedar fence pickets. Because, believe it or not, cedar fence pickets are really excellent to use for just about any planter you want to build. Let's see, so I need 6 of them. Maybe I should cut one extra just in case. It's got a pretty stable knot in it, so. I can see my 90 degrees is off on this, so I'm gonna have to readjust that. But I have the table saw sled, so I'll cut everything off at 90. So we'll leave that there for now, because we're gonna use it for the fence pickets. Because everything is gonna be made out of the pickets. It's gonna be the sides, the bottom, and the shelf. We're all going to be out of fence pickets. Now, you can use other wood to build planter boxes, but let's be honest, planter boxes are really cheap. People don't want to spend a ton of money for them. So if I don't know about your area, but if I buy like cedar lumber, I'm paying an exorbitant price for it. It's like $25 for a 2x4. Like it runs really pricey. So fence pickets are about $4 a piece, and they usually run about 5/8 of an inch thick. And then I'll plane them down to about a 1/2 inch. Yeah, you can do a cable. A cable, just stretch a cable out, feed it through the tarp, through the eyelets of the tarp. Um, Feed it through and then hook, put an eyelet or a J hook in each side and put the hook over that, the cable over that. Probably use like a dog run cable. Yeah, John, planters are generally played out up here too, but because I'm building a name for myself, when when people want something made out of wood, I'm generally the first person they call, and friends and family, you know, you know how that works. Jeffrey, how you doing, bud? Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. But if I was to mass produce some to put on like marketplace or something, or to take to shows, unless I'm doing something that is different than everybody else out there, I won't sell a single one of them. And I probably wouldn't sell them for anything remotely close to what you have into them. I'm in northwest Pennsylvania, up by Lake Erie. Now, one of the things that I do is a lot of people. So this is a fence picket, right? It's all rough, terrible looking. A lot of people go, there you go, there's your planter box. I plane it, and I get this night. Ignore my roller. My boards were hanging up in my planer, but the rollers were really cold, so they weren't gripping. They were just, you'd get to a spot and it slipped. But I plane everything, and sometimes I'll sand it, and I paint, and I'll stain, and I'll do stuff like that. I'll seal everything up, and I do different designs other than just two pieces of wood stuck together, looking all rough and goofy like that. Those 1 or 2 fence picket builds. I don't do junk like that. I'll leave those to the people who are trying to do it. Then again, that also might be one of the reasons that people will ask me for stuff, is because I put a little bit extra into it. Now, one of the things you'll see, and I'm sure everyone in here that's ever touched any craft material, one of the things you'll see almost constantly is your time. Your time is worth more. If you're not making $100 an hour, there's no point in you even doing it. Blah, blah, blah. Unless for some people that might work. But if I can sell, if I can batch out planter boxes, my regular planter boxes, I can batch 20 of those out in a couple hours, and if I sell them for $5 profit each, I'm doing okay. $5 above material cost, right? Like, I'm okay with that. I'm not trying to get rich on planter boxes. Christ, a 13-year-old up the street can make planter boxes for people. There you go, Nicole. There you go. Now, would I stand here and labor over, something like a dining room table for pennies? Absolutely not. I wouldn't do that. But you have to pick and choose your battles. If I wanted to make $100 an hour, okay. Here's my issue with per hour charging. This is the very first time I'm making this style planter box, right? So if this takes me 3 hours to make it, does that mean that you have to pay 3 hours of labor? Or does that mean that I just go, well, this guy over here can do it in 20 minutes, so I'll charge for 20 minutes of labor? Like, I don't see the point in per hour charging on general production items. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, it never has, and I don't know that it ever will. Now, if I'm doing something more intricate, I'm making a dining room table, something like that, where I've got to put a lot of time into it, then yeah, I would try to account for my time with that. But I'm still not going to be like, all right, your table's done. I've got 74 hours into it, so I want $100 an hour. That's $7,400. plus the table, plus profit, margins, like all of that stuff. So I always estimate the amount of time that I'm going to have into something. And sometimes I'm a lot low, sometimes I'm high. Sometimes I'll give the customer a break. Like if I estimate that it's going to take me 4 hours to make a project and it only takes me 2, generally I'm going to cut that customer a break because they're going to come back to me for stuff, right? Anytime you save a customer money, they generally will go, that guy's not trying to rip me off. He's not trying to get rich off of me. I'm going to go back and do more business with him. Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but that's just my outlook on it. Good tooth count for a finish blade. I'm assuming you're cross-cutting. How thick is your material? Well, I don't know. This one here would actually probably be pretty decent. Right, Runic. See, now that I can understand. That would make sense. You're not charging per hour and then, materials times 3.5 or whatever everybody else in the world thinks you need to be charging for material. As for tooth count, let's see what this one is, because this one actually does really well. So this one's a 40 tooth. I wouldn't go any lower than that. Now, depending on how thick your material is, what kind of a cut you want, like, is it going to be a visible cut? You may want to go to something like a 60 or an 80 tooth blade. This is just a combination blade, so it's got deeper gullets where chips can go, so I can cut this way and not bog the saw down terribly much. All right, Michael, I'll check that out then. Yeah, that'd be my guess. I mean, if it's gonna be like the back of a stair tread, 40 tooth would probably work. A 40 tooth combo blade. But the more teeth you have, the better the cut's gonna be. The slower you're gonna have to feed it if it's thick stock, or if you're cutting with the grain. If you're doing cross cutting, then the finer teeth work out really well. There you go. Just you'll hear your saw. In fact, if you guys are listening, I'm sure you can hear my saw. Like when I'm starting to bog it down, you can hear the change in the pitch. And then I'll just slow down a little bit. I won't feed as much and let that blade get back up to speed. No problem, buddy. Yeah. Okay, so if none of you guys know, before I make this cut, on my community page, I put up a poll for doing Sunday live streams, just a shoot the shit live stream. We'll talk about whatever under the sun. I'm gonna sit down in a chair. I'm gonna have a drink, and we're just gonna shoot the breeze on Sundays for like 2 hours. Yeah, the knots, particularly these knots. These are ridiculously hard. But when you bog the blade down, I don't have any marks on here. When you bog the blade down, the blade will often start deflecting. So you'll get a spot where the blade digs in. Also, you get burns more. Yes, Steve, yeah. But your stair treads, I'm going to assume they're probably going to be oak or maple. I don't know anybody in Kentucky that needs to be calling me at 7 o'clock at night. But thanks, Nicole. Appreciate that. But I'm assuming your stair treads are probably going to be something like oak. and that, depending on your saw, like if I'm cutting oak on this saw, I have to feed it kind of slow. Laminate. Oh, well, that may change things on your blade. Um, is your blade? So, are you using like a table saw where the blade will spin? I don't want to hit that button. So the blade spins this way into the cut, right? It's cutting down. So I put my wood in, that blade's spinning this way. But my little circular saw, the blade spins, it still spins this way, but this is the... Alright. So the little circular saw that I have here, right? So this has some aggressive blade on it. But this blade spins this way. So it cuts up through the wood. So any tear out is going to be on the top, and it can create a lot of tear out. This style where it's cutting down against the table, you can create tear out, especially on laminate, but it'll be on the back side. Put your material face up, and then you're not scratching it up on the surface either. But with laminate, in my experience, some other guys in here might have better idea. In my experience, laminate will chip out a lot. So feed it slow, use a high tooth count, and put a piece of something on it like painter's tape right where you're going to be making that cut. It helps to keep it from blowing out. If it's not thick, you can reverse the blade. I've done that before. If it's thin laminate, like real thin boards. But if it's a half inch or an inch thick, I don't think reversing your blade is gonna make any good out of it. You'll burn your way through. In my experience, I don't know. Maybe I might be doing it wrong. I'm not an expert, so. He said not it. Then I get a voicemail. That was the longest voicemail of. That had to be a robocall. What's going on, Old Path Woodworks? How you doing, bud? Thanks for coming. Do we actually get the fire? No. I mean, in the spring, I don't mind doing the spring and summer. We can do a fire. I don't mind. Also, I appreciate you guys voting. That makes me happy. But it'll be a very chill thing. We're just going to shoot the shit about whatever people want to talk about. And go from there. And then I'm going to delete the live afterwards so that all that's just kind of lost to the void. And I think what I'm going to do is do a not this style. I'm going to do the horizontal live stream, so it's not in the feed, I guess, or not in the feed as much. It gives it a little bit more privacy. I don't know how doing the other feed works, but from what I see is people doing horizontals, they don't get a whole lot of random people popping in. Chatting might be a little more complicated for some, but we'll see how it works out. If we change it to vertical, we change it to vertical. Yeah, no incriminating evidence. I think people will feel a little more comfortable talking about, whatever they need help with, or, whatever's on their mind. And my email is always open for anybody who wants to talk about anything. For the live streams? See, I always thought the horizontal live streams do terrible because they don't show up in the short speed. I mean, that's what I'm gonna do on Sunday, but Sunday chat with Dr. Dan. Yep. I'll get a hat. One of those hats with that mirror thing on the front of it. All right, let me make these cuts real quick. Get these cut down to size, and then and then I got to cut those down to 10 inches. But give me just a few minutes here. There's my 6 cross pieces. I have to cut those down to 10 inch. I got these bits left over. We'll see if we use them. But that'll be it for the table saw until we have to rip some fence picket material. Alright, let me get back to chat here. Make shorts from the live streams. Isn't that where this comes up when you're just scrolling through live or scrolling through shorts? I've made a couple of shorts with my live streams, like when I'm doing like, hey, here's the jewelry box that we made, it's a little preview of it. But I don't like I don't know how YouTube's clipping thing works or their editing thing, so they look like I just went, here's a chunk of it, there's my short. Yeah, that's fair, John. That's fair. I was looking at the vertical live streams as more of a, because my channel's small, and I might, attract some attention. Usually, when I do a live stream, I gain, a handful of followers. But see, I didn't know hashtag shorts needed to be on the thing. I know I've seen lives when I was scrolling, but I might have just. I don't go into the shorts tab. I just start scrolling. I'll watch a short and then I'll just scroll up from there. But I mean, you do make a valid point that if you're scrolling through the shorts feed, you're really only interested in shorts. The odds of you watching long form content are pretty slim, and which is probably why this stays at around, like right now we're at 16. We get up to on average like 40. So, but maybe you know what? Maybe tomorrow we'll try a horizontal. Um, I can do that, right? I just turned my phone sideways. Maybe tomorrow we'll give it a try and see. I don't know how much, you're gonna. Well, I've never done a horizontal other than a video, so. We'll give it a shot. What's the worst that could happen? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people talking about it. Uh, if you're scrolling through shorts, you've got an attention span of about 30 seconds. And I mean, hell, even I'll see I'll be like 30 seconds into a short, and I'll be like, that little bar is this long, and I'll be like, well, all right, I'm bored. We'll go on. Unless it's something that I'm really interested in. And watching my dumb face blather on is not something that I'm interested in. Yeah, I was thinking about doing my Sunday live from my game room in the basement. Funny stuff, funny. Alright, those are the legs. I don't want to cut those. I need to cut these to 10 inch. Oh, you guys can't see a damn thing. I'm sorry. Nice, Nicole. Nice. Well, we're gonna go 10 inches plus the pull out here. It doesn't have to be exact. As long as all 6 pieces match, that's all that really matters. And one of these days, I'm going to set up all my electrical in here, and it'll be glorious. I would set a stop block, but I only have to make 2 cuts. I mean, I could just set a stop block right here and be done with it. But I only have to make 2 cuts, so I'm just going to take my chances. Excuse me. Really helpful. I could see that laser. And I should have thought that through because my 90 on this isn't accurate. So, but these are such small pieces that it probably won't matter. Alright, so I got 8 pieces there for stretchers, or front to backs. So, what I should do is build build the 2 long frames. Oh. That way I can get my measurements out of that, and then I'll get my measurements. Thank you. And then I'll get my measurements for the front to back bit of it. But I'll build my 2 long frames. Now these, this one's going to be a prototype, so I'm not going to spend time sanding it or anything. Unless I royally screw up, then I'll sand it. I had a broom around here somewhere. I also had a wedge somewhere to stop my table from rocking. Yep. It's a good thing I got scraps everywhere. Now, if I was doing this for, an actual build, and I was batching these out, I would, spend a lot more time on my cuts and measurements. I'm standing on a pile of sawdust there. Alright, so these are going to be legs, so I need 2 of these, and I think that I want them going width front to back. And then that'll make it so my side pieces set in like that, because I'm going to put the cedar on the inside. So that'll be that. And I'll want 3 of these. Sort of this configuration. I'm going to make that top flush with the top. We're going to pick a spot for the depth. And then we're going to come up about, I don't know, probably 2 inch from the bottom for the shelf that's going to go in here. Now, one thing you can do for the shelving is, instead of using a square, you can cut a rabbet out, right? So a rabbet is you're just cutting out a square of material. And if you do it for the same thickness as your, whatever you're making your shelf out of, then it'll sit flush. But this, I'm just going to have the cedar sit on top of the frame. So the shelf will be supporting the cedar instead of, you'll see the end grain of the cedar across the shelf. Yeah, I'm only sloppy while you guys are watching. If I'm building a prototype, it's definitely never a finely tuned piece of equipment. Now, if this, I do want to try to make sure this comes out good, because we might end up giving this away to somebody, so I don't want it to look like trash. So I'll have to pay extra attention to my joints and stuff. So how deep is a pot? Probably 6 inches. How deep are those trough plots or pots? Anybody know? An almost live streak. How you doing, Henrik? Thanks for coming, buddy. You say like 8 inches? 8 inches. So if we make the well, that's going to cause me. It's going to cause me an issue. I'm going to have to. How convenient! I can use cutoffs to build me a shelf for the bottom of the box. All right, I got it. All right, I understand what I'm doing now. Okay, so if we come down from the top. Let's say we come down 8.5 inches, because my cedar will be about a 1/2 inch. Plus, I'm going to put a cedar strip on the top. So that'll give me an overall depth of about 8.5 inches. Right? Because I'm going to lose a 1/2 inch, but I'm going to gain a 1/2 inch. So, yeah. If we come down 8 inches, we'll be alright. No, I want it to be that way. Okay. So, we'll come down 8 inches. We'll put a little mark. What's that? 1.5 inches. So we'll come down 3/4 of an inch. In the center, make a little mark. And then we'll come up. We'll put a mark at 2 3/4 from the bottom. That'll be our mounting holes, right? So we'll screw through, we'll drill through there and screw through it. Have a good night, Nicole. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, Kizzy. But I don't want to make it so it's a pain to get the planter out. You know what I mean? So if the planter box is going to be about 8 inches, and we could make it a little deeper. But then again, people often don't put planter boxes in these. They'll fill them with dirt and just plant right in them. You just line them with like landscaping fabric, and there you go. Lucifer, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you. All right, so I need to make a mark 3/4. You know what? Maybe I will make. No, we're gonna change this. We're not gonna come down 8 inches. We're going to come down 8 3/4. I forgot about the thickness of my material. Alright, so we want to do the same over here. See, these are the things that I think I would like to edit out of videos. But also, I don't like to seem disingenuous. Like, if I've never built something before, and I'm not using a plan, then some things you just figure out as you go. Double check those. Pencil is super thick. I'm gonna sharpen it. Okay. I don't know if I want to do that. Right, Miles. That's what I feel like is that good, Michael? But yeah, Miles, that's what I feel like. You see a lot of people on YouTube and they're just hammering out things. But what they don't show you is how they got there, I guess. And I kind of want my channel to be a place where you can learn things, follow along on the journey. Yeah, the fuck ups. Nobody ever shows those. Well, I guess a few people do. Now, I could screw this up royally and not know it until we go to assemble. And I'm sure that everybody in here will let me know. Oh, before I drill these, let's go look at these emails from. We got some from Michael and some from. So we'll look at Michael's. We got some from. In my defense, she got all this. Or, he said, this isn't Michael. Who is this? Huh. So we're looking at these. Was this where we were talking about the clips? Well, there's a jig or baits. I like that. Welcome back, Hinton. Luca getting tortured. Oh, those are cool looking. Little fish head jigs. So I know who this guy is. Oh, he sent me close-ups of the pictures from last night. There's a close-up of the unicorn. So you can see that this is at least 2 layers. I can't tell if that is burned into the base layer or if that's another layer. But this piece here is cut out and then put on top of it. Kind of like I'm doing for the basketball thing. But this looks like it might be burned into the base layer. Little things like this, people love these things. Hinton, I don't know if it'll be tonight. Oh, there's a good picture of the dragon. So I didn't realize that that was painted as well. That's really cool. I know a couple of artists that can do that. It's burned into the base layer. Okay, that's what I thought. And then another picture of the dragon, a different angle. That is really cool. I didn't realize that it was painted like that. I mean, you can see the brush strokes in there. That is super cool. But I definitely might try to copy that unicorn design. Not for mass publication or anything, but yeah, Mark, no, a painter. But because I think my mom would really enjoy one like that, and that would be I mean, it'd be a fairly complex design to create, but if I have something like that, I can I can use a trace program on it and get the general shapes. Hinton, so here's how the giveaway thing's gonna work. Um, I don't know if we're gonna do it tonight because of this. I still have to paint and stuff, and assemble. But I think what we're gonna do is tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do a giveaway, and if somebody is local enough, or in the States rather, and they want this little planter box and it doesn't turn out all goofy, then we'll give that away. But otherwise, we'll do a custom laser thing for them, for whoever the winner is. It won't be woodworking, because laser work is not woodworking, but... Okay, so I need a drill and a drill bit. I probably should use the drill press, just so I can have nice square holes. But I don't want to, so... The prize is Turner doing a live. You're there for the painting? I mean, I can get something made, shipped out to you for you to paint. All right, that is not going to work. Change plans. We're using the drill press. As you can see, I've used this thing so much. In fact, I don't think I used it since I was doing the Christmas trees. Straight up born and raised Louisiana, huh? What I do want to do... No, that's going to be too big. Really? So I need 2 inches of throw, which is convenient because that's all this has. Alright, that should get me through. And then I will countersink. Send it to send it to Runic for a paint job, right? That is really unfortunate. I am just shy of poking through. But that's okay. I got a plan. These aren't wood drill bits either. They're metal drill bits. But I killed all my wood bits trying to drill through metal and haven't got new ones yet. You gotta be careful on that melamine, Kizzy. That stuff will get you. Haha, poke through now. Relocate that for the moment. Put that right there on the floor with everything else. So this is one of my favorite little countersink bits. So unfortunately the hex end came off. I don't know why. But I really like this one. More so than my other 3 that are exactly the same. But it bites in that drill really well. All right, Michael. All right. That better? You're for no problem, buddy. No problem. So now, all things being equal, I should, in theory, be able to see straight through these holes. Alright, so what we're going to do, we're going to give it a mark. This is where that bigger table would come in really handy. It's on my list of things to build for the shop, don't worry. That's not going to poke through to any meaningful level. Screw it, we're going to do this. Let's see how that works. Now, my idea here is that this is going to give me a centered hole . That's hilarious. Thank you, Michael. I'll go check it out here in just a second. Now, in theory, that should give me a centered hole. But let's just do this. Make a mark. And mark. Now we'll see if these line up. I don't remember who it was that was talking about assembly tables. Bigger is better. No worries, Michael. No worries. Dang, Logan. Hey, New Beginnings. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in. Was that you, Kizzy? Talking about the work table? Oh, what I don't have out here is wood glue. But that's fine. It's fine. I can run into the house and grab that real quick. That's not a big deal. Do have some screws. Give me just a second, guys. I'm gonna run in the house, grab my bottle of wood glue, and I'll be right back. Well, you guys talk about food. That's gonna make me hungry. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I had to fill it. All right. Need a driver. What is this? T20? Mystery crock pot. Those are always good. Brussels sprouts are awesome. I think Brussels sprouts are great. And a 220 bit. Now, probably shouldn't do this. Probably shouldn't glue it together yet, but YOLO. It's only wood. What's the worst that could happen? Turner in here? Oh, look, there he is. Streamer can have a shout out. I shout you out all the time. So I'm only going to shoot one screw into each thing because A, they're only 1.5 inches wide, and B, the wood glue is going to do most of the work, except for its end grain. End grain wood glue doesn't do anything, really. It's not that strong of a joint. So you need a mechanical fastener. We're going to smear that around. I don't know that this is going to soak up a lot of glue because it is pressure treated, but it's also dry. I mean, it's been sitting in my garage for... apparently it's going to soak up glue. It's been sitting in my garage for probably 2 years. So... send me a sneak peek. Are you going to shoot it on the email or a text? Now, if I did this correctly, haha, great success. Cleveland, thank you very much. Yeah. No, I got the right sides. I think I have it turned. Where this piece isn't... this piece is 1.5 inches square. This piece is just shy of 1.5 inches. So I got this little bit there. That's something that I didn't notice before. But that'll be the inside. This will be the outside. Flat. But I need to make sure that it's... oh! Sitting proper. Yeah, that's something that I did not notice before, and I'm really kind of kicking myself about that because I don't like having screw-ups, but I can, at least that's on the inside. So it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'll need to have a meltdown. Maybe. Alright, so we're going to mark this side. I don't like you guys over here. We'll put you over here so that way I can hide my mistakes better. Yeah, I'm gonna jam some putty in there because I'm gonna paint these. I don't know why I put the screws away. The framing is all gonna get painted. You know what? screw makes an excellent place to mark. Alright. Put some glue on that. So I'm going to do the top edge. That way I can use the legs to pinch it. You know, pinch the other two pieces that are in there. Nice, Turner, nice. Congrats. So, as I've been standing here thinking, I do like the idea of doing a horizontal live. So we'll do that tomorrow. Worst case, we see what happens. Best case, it works out really well. But horizontal lives will be all of the Sunday streams anyway. Oh, I should have clamped that and let it move. But it's alright. Ew. So when you're painting something, you can be a lot more messy, or a lot messier, I guess. Like, so I let this move, okay? So you see I got this little ridge up top here, right? Oops, smack the camera. Now, I'm capping this. This will have a cap on it, so that's not a big deal. But I still have my thing on the inside. But what I'll probably end up doing is throwing some putty in there to smooth it out, just so it doesn't look bad. I mean, that's super low. But put some putty in it anyway and smooth it out. It won't be a big deal or a big problem. Now, if I mark my 3/4, and then I mark my what are these holes? 8 3/4. I mark my 8 3/4 here. Eight and 3/4 there. Now, all I have to do is line up my little tick marks. Bada bing, bada boom. We in business. That'll be the top portion. All right. Now, one thing I should do is not be knocking over drills. Yeah, you better believe I'll remember that 1/64 of an inch. We were having the conversation before about being good enough, right, to sell. So one of the things that does kind of help me in that being good enough is when we build things here, right? You all get to see everywhere I make a mistake. I point it out to you guys more often than not. But you, whether it's just you guys being nice or genuine, it doesn't really matter. Because when the project is done and I've fixed my mistakes, you guys all tend to show me exactly what a customer would see, and that is nothing. They don't see anything. They see the craftsmanship involved in it, and that's about it. A stupid countertop has this little bowl nose on the end of it. It kind of bothers me. So it doesn't allow my stuff to sit flat when I'm hanging out over the edge. Sometimes you do need to take that perspective. I know that I said before that the craftsman knows everywhere they made a mistake because they did it, right? And generally, they probably beat themselves up over it because they're stupid mistakes, like that one there. I could have solved that by properly clamping my workpieces. But I didn't. Now, when I go to make the other ones that have been ordered, I will be clamping those. And I will be putting a piece of plywood or something down over this so I don't have this bull nose raised up area here. And I didn't put any paper down, so the glue is going to stick right to my stick. But it's a beat up little countertop. That's its purpose in life anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Anyway, so like I was saying, being live here and making a mistake helps me to realize what it is that a customer would actually look at. Like I said, whether it's genuine or just being friends or whatever the case is. It doesn't matter either way. 2 3/4. It has the same effect. It has the same effect whether it's genuine or just being polite. Why did I mark that up so far? How did I mess that up? Oh, I went to 3 3/4. What a goof. That would have been terrible. I don't know how I added an inch to it, but, story of my life, trying to add an inch everywhere. It's brought to you by the letter A. Right, Logan? The 64th is strong with this one. Oh, Kizzy, see, I didn't know that. I didn't realize that. Talking about an adding an inch and you're trying to grow a foot. I'm glad you specified taller, Lucifer. Because I think we'd all like to add a foot. Now, when I'm doing I'll do the build video for these on the proper size, and you won't have this. Hopefully, you won't have mistakes like this in the video. But if I make mistakes, I like to be genuine. I like to feel like I'm not. I don't like to feel like I'm misleading people or trying to make myself any better of a woodworker than I really am. Because I'll be honest with you, I make more stupid mistakes now than I did on the very first day that I started doing it. So. Oh, I should have thought that through a little bit. My legs are slightly warped somewhere, probably on this knot. Which means this is gapped open just a little bit. Now, that being said, I genuinely want to know when people see something that I don't, because that's the only way you get better is by having somebody push you, right? If we had this conversation too, if I just run through life thinking that I'm, some master woodworker, then I will never get better than I am now. And if I have people that push me and, point out my flaws, I might not like it. I might not enjoy, somebody seeing something that I missed in something that I was, proud of or whatever, bragging about, whatever you want to call it. But it is the only way you get better. If you go through life with, take, so YouTube is full of, kids doing stuff or people just starting out, right? They don't have to be kids. They could be a grown person just starting out. And if they're making something that looks like the stuff you see on Facebook Marketplace where they just slapped a bunch of 2x4s together straight out of the lumber yard, and if everybody's telling them that is awesome and they did an amazing job and they're perfect, that is all they will ever build. And they will never get any better than that. Now, shouldn't beat them up over it, right? But constructive criticism is, I think, vital in making yourself a better craftsman or better in anything in life. What is the saying? 2 positives and a negative? Yes, Nicole, there's always room to improve. Yeah, I definitely missed that bow, and I'm a little sad that I missed that, because that was a very obvious bow. But here we are, there's going to be one face, so this will be the box, this will be the shelf. Now I have to duplicate this on the other legs. And then we'll let that glue set for a bit, and then we'll spray it with primer. I'm not going to sand these or anything. Normally, like, I've got saw marks on the side there. I don't know if you can see them. But I'm going to putty the holes. I'll putty this gap here, or this 64th that it's off. But we're going to duplicate this and make a second one. Hopefully, we don't have any mistakes like we did on this one. Don't lie to me, STL. I know it's messed up. I seen it. No, Grass. That's absolutely fine. I 100% don't mind. Now, if I was standing here and I was building a jewelry box, you know, and I was doing a bunch of stuff and I was super proud of it and whatnot, and I thought it was perfect, and then the first thing somebody did was go, "Man, what about this right here? Look at this thing over here. You're sucked. Your whole life's a miserable failure, whatever. I'd probably be a little upset about that. But at the same time, yes. So. Looks good from STL. Drag it on the concrete. My concrete is nowhere even near relatively flat. But the primer and the paint do build. So those saw marks they're flat. So I bet that you probably won't see them. But it is a prototype. And now that I know I messed up on it once, I'm not even sure I want to give that one away. But we'll see. We'll see. Where are my other legs? Here they are. No, these aren't legs. These are cross pieces. Almost messed up again. That would have been a bad mess up. Here are my legs. Do I have the room to do it this way? Absolutely not. Okay. Oh. What I should have done was mark everything. Right off the bat, but I didn't, so we'll do that now. Hindsight's 20/20, kids. If you're building multiple things, mark them all at the same time. Three-quarter, 8 3/4, and came up 2 3/4 from the bottom. All right. So 3/4, 8 3/4. God bless America. Two 3/4, which is there. 2 3/4. Okay, good. 2 3/4 plus that movement there. Good Lord. That was way more complicated than it needed to be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark center marks here. One of these days, I will do a stream of me just working. I won't pay attention to chat. Well, I'll try not to pay attention to chat. I'll just set the camera up in the corner and just let you guys watch. But you'll get to see how I actually work, which is going to be a lot of chaos and nonsense. Yeah, you can always rough it up on purpose. Paint hides all mistakes. Yeah, paint is very good at hiding mistakes. Hi, Julie. How you doing? Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Yeah, I do get sometimes like my brain is always running, so I will measure stuff and immediately forget what the number was that I needed, or I'll think that it was a different number. Be like, this doesn't look right, and I'll just keep doing that, measuring things 43 times. Don't put us in the corner. I don't like it there. So the mini planters, I'd be interested in watching a video on that. I like watching people make stuff. In fact, my this channel's kind of algorithm is this guy named Cooper who gives Pokemon cards to kids. I don't know how I got turned on to that guy on this channel, but because I like his videos, I get a lot of that kind of stuff. And crafts people, craftsmen, craftswomen, whatever you want to call yourselves. Also, side note, wood glue, your fingers work really well for spreading it around. But it also works really well for sticking to your fingers. Also, Type Bond 3, waterproof. It will not come out of clothing. Just in case anybody wanted to know. I have this habit of wiping my hands on my pants. And I don't know if you guys can see them, but there's glue on my pants. It's been there for months. Only one way to find out. I mean, this design was in my head, which means I probably saw it somewhere and went, I have an idea. I could do something with that. Then again, it's a planter. It's a raised planter box. There's only so many ways you can do it. Oh. Alright, I'm going to punch some holes in here. Besides that, if the idea is in your head, then it's a pretty safe bet that it's not plastered all over YouTube already. Which means it'll be unique, or at least relatively unique. Which means there'll be 1,000 people like me who will see your video and copy it. Some of us will give you credit, and others will just not, because, you know, humans will human. Chaos? No, never me. I'm definitely not chaotic at all. Oh, Nicole, I can't believe I didn't think about that. All right, Logan, have a good time. Enjoy dinner, bro. I'm a craftsman, no need to change it up. Water soluble wood glue to spike his hair. Oh, Lord. There you go, Nicole. There you go. That'll definitely work out. Building templates is a great way to kind of get an idea. I generally, I don't work well in using like cardboard or stuff. I need to use, wood. That's just me. So I'll make a ton of stuff out of either like that wood that's under my bench there. That's all. Most of that is all scrap wood, wood that's not usable for a real project, or pine. You know, so that's the wood that I'll use for my templates kind of my templating kind of things. My what do you call it? Prototyping. But not saying it's not, everybody has their own way to do things. I find that I can't see things unless it's kind of full sized. I don't template things like tables, things like that, or prototype them. Also, when I'm prototyping, oftentimes I can use those pieces as a jig, like this box, right? So if I find out this prototype works and I don't glue this to the short sides, I can separate it and build a jig. So this is how they'll lay out every single time, and I can just batch them out. Which I guess you could do on your first run. You build one that works, and I mean that's the same thing, I guess. You do whatever method you like. How about that? Oh, I wanted to mark these on the other side too, so that I had lines to go off of. So 3/4, 8 3/4. What does this one end up being? Just over 24 1/4. Sorry, there was absolutely no reason for me to say all that. I was just talking to talk. MDF is awesome for templates. Alright, so I want all these. Let's get these flipped around so they have the least visible amounts of nonsense. I gotta go down through and make a mark on each end at 3/4 of an inch in. Which is center. I'll mark them all from the same side, so that way I'm not building things onto a ramp. Try to eliminate as many possible areas of mistakes as I can. So I got these. Also, I found out halfway through that one that I didn't really have to pre-drill this side. This grain is so wide that it doesn't appear to really matter. And it's so thick. Good night, Trudge. Hope you feel better, buddy. Wayne, I'm doing good, man. Thanks for coming in, bud. Appreciate you. Although I've been digging around so long, this might be all we get done tonight. I apologize. Oh! I did my marks on the screw hole side. Bummer. I really didn't want to use this side, but I don't want to break out the tape measure again. Even though it's right there. Alright, crisis averted. One, two, three, four, five, six. Oh yeah, Julie, how did Justin do today? No 64th of a gap. Yeah, he didn't skunk, so he did great. Homemade hamburger helper. Oh, God, I love hamburger helper. We're going to put this one with the knots in it in the middle. So that, no, we're going to put that one on the bottom. Outdoorman, we're just doing up a little planter box, a little prototype. I have a couple that are ordered for the spring. And I've never built this style before, so I figured I'd build a smaller one. I'm not a planter box guy per se, but people want what people want, and I like money. and making things. So here we are. So the more I think about this, the more I wonder if I did see this somewhere before. Because, I watch a lot of woodworking videos. Right, Wayne? Turner's struggling. I know it. But he's doing that live tomorrow, so he's going to get his fix from it for a minute. And then he will, he'll be jonesing even harder. So tomorrow, I want to try to end the live stream at 8 o'clock. Because crap, I forget the name of the guy's channel. There's a guy, Cleveland posted the link for us earlier. And there's a channel that Crappy Man Jigs is going to be on tomorrow for about an hour. And I went and looked at his channel today. And he seems like a pretty decent person. There we go. I knew Cleveland would get on it. Yeah, he said not till Friday or Saturday. Now he's thinking he might go a whole extra day, and I'm calling shenanigans. I don't think that'll happen at all. Though I'm also counting this little co-hosting thing tomorrow as a live, so I think that everyone who bet he was going to go live before Friday wins. Although he's already gone longer than the last time he said he was going to take a break. The last time he said he was going to take a break, it lasted like, I don't know, 6 hours. Like, I'm not even sure it lasted that long, to be honest with you. Because then he was like, well, I can do live stream during the day. Turner, I know you're in here listening. I'm just busting your balls, bud. Well, you might be in here listening. I don't know. Could have hopped over to a different channel by now. Oh, there he is. Though, I don't know. Maybe saying that we don't buy, he's going to stay off lives for so long. Maybe that's why he's staying off. We're making him stay off. In that case, you can do it, Turner. You can totally do it. I have faith. Oh, this one's got a warp right here. I wish I would have noticed that. I would have put it at the bottom. Up. It'll be alright. I bet this will pull it out. If keep the glue from running all over the place. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a that's a hell of a pull. Oh, all over my nice new hoodie that's totally not old, broken in, and already soaked in glue. Now, because I'm painting this, the wood glue soaking into the wood doesn't matter, because the paint is going to sit on top of it anyway. If you're going to stain it, don't wipe it. I mean, you can use a wet rag sometimes, that'll work, but in my experience, that just spreads the glue around a larger area. I like to leave it set and then scrape it off. There we go. Okay, there's your planter box. Moving on. We're going to leave these set, and then we're going to paint them. What I could do is I could pre-assemble the front to back sides. Working on that big ass profit. Not your fault the co-host is sick. Should I include me putting the saw blade in my new table saw in the video? Sure, Nicole. Why not? And yeah, like Turner says, B-roll is great. I have this habit of cutting out B-roll, but I'm starting to actively record things for B-roll. Maybe never. So the underspin is kind of like these. Kind of. Not quite, but kind of. It's a jig head, and it's got this little thing underneath here. I mean, turners are a lot better. This is some janky nonsense, but it's got this little spinner thing under it. Oh, nice. Turner, I'll get that fired up. All right. Let's go over here. Oh, Runic sent me other stuff. Runic, do you mind if I show these pictures? I don't even know if you're still in here. I got you, Michael. Show them last. Okay. All right, so we'll show Michael's little thing that he does first. How's my beard look better there than it does in real life? That's kind of cool. I like that, Michael. I wonder if I can convert that to a laser image. Thank you, buddy. All right, so here's Turner with some jig heads. These look like gold on gold, and of course, green. Is this gold on gold? Do it, Nicole. Do it. All right, Turner. Well, I hope you didn't mail off that box yet. Well, there's the green, and looks like it's got Fleck in it. Oh, here, I can just scroll through them. And then there's Turner. Oops. So Mark P built, he sent me a picture of something he built around 10 years ago. Plywood back, beadboard over that, just a bunch of 1x pine, plexiglass on the front, non-firing replicas, given to him when his ex-father-in-law passed away, and he wanted something decent to put him in. Look at this. Sorry, my chat froze. This is really cool. Don't show Turner what I got, I'm ashamed. Only the best lives have the pickle. I agree, Mason. I agree. Green Platinum Flukes. It's not a bad name for him. Plantum. Oh, yeah, Platinum. Yeah, Nicole, that was the pickle. I like these. You said these are all replicas? These are awesome. With this little guy right there. That is awesome. And I like the case. It's very simple, yet well, elegant for lack of a better word. There's not like I mean, there's not a whole lot. There's no fancy swirling. There's no crazy nonsense going on. A lady gun. I always thought they were like the little derringers, but it does make sense. They put them in their purses and stuff, or not derringer. What's the word I'm looking for? Hang on, I got something in my eye. Oh, here we can let you guys look at that while I wipe my eyeball. Okay, so now Runic sent me. Ooh, I don't know which one I want to show first. All right, we'll show this one first. So y'all don't know, Runic has he does blacksmithing and he makes rings, knives, all sorts of stuff. Look at that ring. $100 likes, you'll go live. That ring is awesome. And I like how you incorporated this here piece of, I don't know, piece of scrap wood over here, driftwood, whatever you want to call it. That is really cool. That is super awesome. You are one talented guy, Runic. Oh, you could be old lady on it for all I know. You're a talented person. Yeah, Runic was in here. He told me to show his pictures last. Alright, so we got this one because everybody loves to see Runic painting things. No, don't save it. Just open it. Just open it. There we go. Look at that. There he is. Runic, I got a stand mixer. And you may need to fix it for me. Because it doesn't look like this. Right, Mark? But that drill press is so cheap. The paint job would be the most valuable part of it. Bro, it was just... I had permission, I swear. Listen, I don't know... I don't know that I would need permission to do something like that. That is awesome. And the blue and purple go very well together. It's not like an overpowering nonsense. Like, the camera doesn't do it justice. Like, looking at the actual picture is way better. Do you do houses? Well, this would be the centerpiece of my kitchen. Look at this thing. I would feel really bad when I had to send the mixer out to get repaired. I would know if they sent me a different mixer, though, that's for sure. That is excellent. That is amazing. Yeah, Runic over here. I'm over here thinking I'm a halfway decent woodworker. Runic's over here like, I can paint, I can beat metal into submission, and I can play with wood. Good Lord. That is super cool. So, did you start doing? Oh, I didn't even notice this. Like the lines around the little tool attachment up here. This is super good work, man. And you painted the little brush covers. That's cool. I mean, bruh, you excuse me. I mean, I I count that as woodwork, as I can't do that. So we're gonna say that your wood skills are on, or you're up to par. You're good. Yeah, Nicole, definitely check out his page. He just recently started posting stuff, um, in his community page, stuff like this. Um, but yeah, like he just said, he did say that it was getting to be time to fire up the forge. So I'm really looking forward to that channel. Thank you, Cleveland. Thank you. Yeah, those are, man. Also pickle. That is super. That was super good work. All right, Turner. So here's the deal. If you send jig heads to Runic and he paints them, then you can put them in my box. that's that's my offer. Dude says my wood skills are lacking. He's over here making rings and stuff. And you built that. Weren't you the one who built the gun cabinet? I have to look. I didn't delete any pictures yet, so maybe I might have. That's true, Mark. I got a blindfolded hand tie. All right, guys. It's 9 o'clock. I'm gonna finish my drink and then I'm gonna call it a night. I'm really sorry that we didn't get this further along. Um, we'll do it. We'll do it tomorrow. Uh, I gotta get the laser running here. In fact, while I'm finishing my drink, y'all can come over and hang out with me while I set up the laser. Yeah. We don't need a cord laying in the pile of sawdust there. Hiya! Lord, I opened 17 windows of the same thing. Alright. So I'm going to get this set up. Handful of people to DM me about us doing a surprise for him. Runix over here with skills. Man. No audio? Can you hear me now? Okay. Alright. Alright. So I got to get the laser set up again. Get that turned on. Get this plugged in. Alright. Who did I do already? Who's the last one I did? Alright. So, I need my board. And I'm going to need my daggone nail gun so I can shoot some staples into it. Or not staples, brad nails. Eh. Eh. Man, I should have made this one shorter. Oh, that's going to be problematic. I'll move that stuff when I get this set in here. All right, Nicole. I seen that you had said something about Daniel. I assume you mean Viking? Alright, let's bust a brad in that thing. I should use shorter brads, but I'm going to be using these brads for the... That's the wrong end of those. I'm going to be using these brads for that box, so I don't want to unload the gun so I can reload it. Give me 1 second, I'll look at chat, guys. What is vibrating? Make sure my laser's seated proper. I have stop blocks on the back 2 corners that sit... Oh, what the hell, I can just show you guys. There's a camera. So I just screwed these little stop blocks to it on both 2 corners, so that way it always sits in there. Because if you're running something quick, so that thing will get to jerking around and it'll walk right off the table if you let it. Alright, let me look at chat here. Just a lot of years in a hobby fixation. Think your chores are finally done? Be filming some soon when you have more cameras. Yeah, Runic, that makes sense. Yeah, can't you can't rightly stop to change angles. You know, move your tripod somewhere else. Your 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 editing is probably going to be more of cutting clips out of multiple videos or multiple cameras, which is something that I want to set up in here. Um, so let me know how you think that works out. I want, I would like to have um, just cameras kind of mounted up, like up along the wall somewhere, like up in the corner, maybe, or one of those ones that tracks you in the center of the room. Um, but I have a hard time editing videos now, and I only have one camera. Um, but since I'm doing voiceovers for almost everything, uh, the multiple cameras wouldn't. I mean, the camera not having audio wouldn't affect me really because I'm doing voiceovers for everything. So, oh, the laser's not on. Not the tracker, but hard mounts. I only want the tracker just because it seems really cool and it can follow me around. So if I get off a camera, like, and I don't have the section that I need or that I want, you know, then I'll have that which follows me. Plus, it seems really cool for live streams. I won't have to move my phone around all the time. But that'll come after the shop's built out and I run a hard line out here for internet, and then I'll put a computer out here. Your first 3D printer ejected itself off your table. Oh man. So this laser, this particular laser here, I was doing something where it's set up now. Before I put the blocks in it, I was doing a burn. I was doing an engraving on something. I think it might have been on one of Alan's signs, and I set it to do its engraving overnight. Right, and I went to bed, and no, maybe it wasn't one of Alan's signs. Maybe it was a test burn for Alan. I'm not sure. Um, but I came out in the morning, and the laser had walked off the side of the table there, and so the head wasn't moving. It was just sitting in one spot, and just like it kind of moved around in this little area until it got stuck, and then it tripped out and went to another line, and so it just burned this big hole through this block. I think it was one of Alan's test signs when I was testing his logo. So now I got the stop blocks in there, so it can't walk out. It can walk this way, I guess, but the ones on the sides are really tight. I apologize. I hope. Yeah, I didn't have to clean up a ball of melted plastic. That's for sure. All right, let's frame this. Make sure I got my stuff at the right spot. Should be. I gotta move it up. I put my little brad nails in at the wrong spot. Let's move it up. There. There we go. All right, so this will be number 3 of 6. I got all my settings are still on. Got this guy's name set in here. So she's gonna do her thing. I can show you guys what they look like. In fact, I can put you up over here. I can show you right. Need to have somewhere flat to set it on. So let me move all this scrap stuff. Should fit on that. So I have to do the weeding yet and peeling. I really do want to get a 3D printer now. But so here we are. So this is how they come off, except for the, some pieces fell out. But I don't want to break this. This is a frame piece that I need, so I don't want to break that. These are little picture frames. They'll just be looking like this. They'll be... Hang on, I'll show you in a second. Let me pop these little pieces out here. I won't pull the tape off of it quite yet, but you'll get an idea of how it's going to look. So that's scrap, which I was asked by a local teacher for the elementary school up here that when I do shapes, and instead of just throwing this away, if I would be so kind as to give them to him so that he can use them as stencils for his kids in class. And I said, yeah, that's absolutely awesome. And I will so what I'm gonna do is I have enough pieces laying around that I can, enough sizable pieces that I'll cut out sections and just cut a design in it, like a star, a heart, circles, whatever basic designs, and just give them a stack of them. But okay, so it's going to be the white side of the board. It's going to get stained, but we're going to show it on this side so I don't make that side dirty with any soot marks from the back side here. So these will go on there. This will go on here. You got a picture frame down there. The tape is just there to mask, because these are, so everything that's blue taped is painted white, and I didn't want to have the soot marks that you can see on here. I didn't want to have that on the paint, so I mask it off. And then there'll be a basketball on here somewhere. Probably about there. Like one of these over. And that is what they will look like. I should probably cover up his name. But that's what they'll look like. I mean, they'll be white. All the blue will be white, and all the wood grain will be stained. But yeah, I forget. I mean, these guys are seniors, but I should probably cover up their names because they didn't give me permission to use their names and stuff. So yeah, that's what they'll be. And then so the little picture frames. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna CA glue them here on the bottom and on the side, and I'm gonna take a sander and open this up here so that the pictures can be loaded in from the top. And the coaches ordered pictures that are 2x3, which is what I felt was I did a quick search online, and 2x3 seemed to be a common size for a small picture. So that was what I went with. Yeah, it keeps the burn marks from showing up. Yeah. So, like you can see here how it's all scorched. Now this is the back side, so this doesn't matter. But if this was the face, now my white paint would all be scorched. Now, for these things like this, that doesn't matter. I can paint this and be fine. But what I can't paint is I can't paint the basket with the engraving in it unless I mask off the engraving. Now with these, what I'm going to do is before I peel them, we'll cover up part of his name. So before I peel them, what I'll do is I will take some filler and I'll spray these, which I'll probably just use something like flat black spray paint, right? Because so this is ply and it doesn't bleed very well because it's not going to bleed through the white paint that's under here. But I'll spray them, and that way this will all stand out against the white. And the other thing you can do is you can use acrylic paint and fill. Now with acrylic paint, you don't want to go too deep because then your acrylic will dry and shrink and crack. Like, I guess I'm trying to cover up names and I'm just showing them off all willy-nilly. I'm really bad at this. I'm sorry, guys. I have a, there we go. All right, so this is filled with acrylic paint. Now this is like UV reactive paint, but if you look here, I went deep and the paint cracked. This one, the paint settled into the cut grain. It cracked there. This one was like 2 coats, but I'd still have more to go. That was a lot of paint. So, yeah, I got to make sure the soot stays off of it. And after you paint with the tape, you want to let it get tacky, but not dry, because when you peel off, you want the tape to peel off of the paint, not pull the paint out of the engraving. But so this is just acrylic paint. Now I'm going to keep playing with this and go shallower burns because that's pretty deep. That's a deep engraving. But I'm going to go with a shallower engraving and fill it because it doesn't bleed. Like all these marks was from me because that paint was wet and I was fingering it up trying to peel stuff off. But I don't know where my little UV light, my little black light is, but I thought that the teal and the white would glow different colors. But this one glows green and this one glows green. And then this one glows blue and this one glows blue. So, or no, this one doesn't glow at all. That was just regular white. This one glows blue. So that's something that I'm going to be playing with, and I may do something like this on future pieces instead of just engraving my logo on the bottom of something. I may do a fill. Find whatever color combo I like the most and fill it. But I don't know, because I don't like my logo being a centerpiece. My logo is kind of hidden. It's on the back. It's covered up. I don't feel like a business logo should be visible on a piece of work. Like, my logo on these will be engraved onto the backside. That's it. Nice, Nicole. Like, but like when I do stuff like cutting boards, if somebody wants a very nice thing engraved on the backside of the cutting board, I won't put my logo on it, because I don't want to take away from something, But now that's probably horrible business practice. I should probably be slapping my logo on everything that comes out of my shop, but I feel like it's a judgment call. Like, people know where it came from. You ordered it from me. You know where it came from. But yeah, Nicole, did you get to see the? Let me cover up his name. Trying to be a good business person. This is the project that I've been running on the laser. Yes, Josh, how you doing, buddy? Now all the blue tape stuff is white like this, and then all the wood colored stuff is gonna get a stain on it. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Grass. So here's one of the things. One of the things about me is, or how I run my business. Um, you can look on any YouTube page right now, any woodworker's YouTube page, for the most part, and you can see that they have either transitioned into making $25,000 dining tables, or they transitioned into making YouTube videos, and the only thing they build is what they build for the video, and that's it. Michael, I can do that, definitely. The yellow Fabuloso. Okay. I'm going to look into that, because I do have to clean off the whites. The white stuff does need clean, because there were some gaps in the tape that I put down. So, yeah, Hinton, yeah. But, so what I do is, I want to be a furniture maker. Okay, like that's my end goal. But not. I also want quality woodwork to be available to people in general. So Nicole, I'm gonna have to look into that because even even just stamping my logo onto the side of a cutting board would probably be better than not putting a logo on it in terms of from a business standpoint. Um, anyway, so while I want to do $30,000 tables and stuff, it won't happen here. But I also want people to know that they don't have to go to Walmart or the Dollar Tree to buy something and have and they can get quality from someone like me. Like I I pay next to nothing for lumber, right? Like I mean, my cherry lumber, I pay $2 a board foot, and it's dried, it's rough cut. I do all the milling, all that stuff, like getting it down to final thicknesses and stuff. Um, but you don't you don't have to spend $400 on a cutting board. You know, you can buy one from me for $75, right? If you're if $75 is too much, I make other cutting boards, right? Like I can make maybe I won't make one out of exotic woods. Maybe I'll just make you one out of cherry and I'll throw a couple strips of whatever I have laying around in it to give you something that looks good to fit your budget, right? Or I can make thin boards, the like charcuterie boards. I've done a bunch of those for people, you know. Like you don't have to go, man, I really want a cutting board, but I don't want to spend, $200 on a nice cutting board. Like, granted, selling some expensive stuff will net you more profit, probably faster. But I like I like to know that I'm helping people out more so than anything. Hinton, I can I can trace, I can copy signatures, and that's something that I've been toying around with. But a lot of people in the business, they don't want, a lot of people in business in general, don't want their signature out like that because then it's too easy to copy it, and for nefarious purposes. And yeah, Lucifer, I try to be a fair person. Like, sure, I'd love to sit here and make, you know, $50,000 a month building a table and not do anything else, but I wouldn't feel good about it. I like to do things for, schools. I like to do things for the community. I like to help out. I want everybody to have something that's useful and quality. This video that I'm doing, that I've been working on, like there's parts of it there. I got a part of it over there. Um, this is a super low budget build that anybody can do. And in fact, if they want me to do them, I'll batch them out for them. And it would price. I think I want to say there's less than $40 in lumber total, and that's with having a lot of scrap left over, like not cutting things, intelligently. So that's how I try to run my business. But I don't want to, I wouldn't put my logo in the middle of this picture frame here because it would take away from the picture frame. Right? And it's just an end table. It's nothing fancy. Um, it's not crazy. It won't have a drawer on it. It'll have a shelf and a top, but it's nothing crazy. It's just made out of pine. And you can make it out of whatever you want. Like, I could make the same frame and put a cherry top on it. I could put a black walnut top on it. I could I could put a slab on it, like a crotch slab on the top of it. The possibilities are endless for an economical price, especially now. You know, like everything's so expensive. I don't know. I don't like to feel like I'm screwing people over. Probably not the best way to grow a business, but hopefully it works out in the long run. Big old butcher block on legs. You mean like the old school butcher blocks where they were like, good lord, they were like this thick? They were all like, I don't know, 2x4 material going this way. And then there's just a big square with some 6x6 legs under it. Those great big cutting blocks. Yeah, wood is super versatile. You can make something out of plywood. You can make it out of particle board. You can make it out of, you know, black walnut and wenge if you really want. Yeah, Nicole, that's it. I want to be known for quality. Like, no matter what it is, it can be the planter boxes I have in front of my house that I threw together in an afternoon because I wanted something different to hold mums. Like, I think they look really good. People compliment them all the time. Somebody threatened to steal them because they would look better at their house. 4x4x5, like 5 inches thick. 5. Like you gotta be more specific with those measurements. There's inches, feet, meters. You know. The brand in my hand. Oh, this is Crappy Man. It's one of his beer koozies or can koozies. I ordered off his website. I get dirty and then I grab my stuff so white and me don't get along. Hinton, I do not have a 3D printer yet. It is something that I'd like to get at some point. Oh, the can. Oh. It's Genesee. It's made in New York. Super cheap. It's like, I don't know, $20 a case. 4 foot by 4 foot by 5 foot. Good lord. One of these? Is that where my other one's at? Although I do like that idea of a shield. I've been thinking about either changing my logo or making a secondary logo. And thanks, Michael. Thanks. All right, Steph. Well, don't lose it because I kind of want it back. This one was my nice one. It wasn't dirty, and now it's dirty. Nice. Let's see, in the fridge now I think I got a case of this. I think I got a case of PBR and a case of Busch Light, I think. And then some whiskey. Which I may end up having a glass of that here shortly because a nice end of the night drink is good for the soul. Yes, Anthony, I have a laser printer. Yeah. Nicole, you and me, we're on the same page. I drink beer when I need to be functional, but I want something to drink. Because I can drink a lot of beer before I get retarded or stupid. But Whiskey is like my preferred drink. If I'm gonna sit by the fire, I've got a glass of whiskey. Sit in the house, glass of whiskey. $64. Good Lord. Well, now I want to buy some Alaskan Amber. Jack Daniels and ginger ale. Yep, that's a good one. Yeah, that's it. Grass. Like I can be in the shop or I can be out doing yard work and I'll be busy, so I'm not constantly drinking. But I'll get filled up with yeah, Hinton, I can make name tags. I'll get filled up with beer before I get drunk. And I very rarely get drunk. I don't like not being in full or not feeling like I'm in full control, and I don't like making a fool of myself. So I did enough of that when I was younger. We don't need to repeat it now that I'm an adult. Logan, me and vodka have a really good relationship. Sometimes. Justin, see, I'm not a big fan of Screwball. I'm not a huge fan of Screwball. I mean, it's all right, but there's better peanut butter whiskeys out there, in my opinion. Now, if you're going to use it to mix with something, Screwball is great. But I like the laser changed pitch. It started cutting. But I like this. For just a relaxing drink. It's not strong. It's not gonna, maybe if you drank a whole bottle, you might get goofy, but this has a really nice peanut butter and chocolate flavor to it. In fact, this is often what I'm drinking at the beginning of my lives. Whipped vodka, yeah. Oh goodness, Southern Comfort. Oh man, I haven't had Southern Comfort in way too long. One of the drinks that I actually kind of miss and don't miss at the same time were the Jaeger bombs. Here, let me flip it around so you guys can see it the proper way. Oop. Like I said, it's not strong, but it is good. Good night, STL. Have yourself a great night. Thanks for coming in, buddy. We'll be heading off here shortly. Back arm over here. See. And have a little bit of this cherry pie. Bumpy face. Gin? I don't drink gin. This is just some cherry pie that a local distillery makes. That's funny. That's funny, Hinton. Collecting wine bottles for a spring project build, huh? I'm curious now. I drink a lot of wine. I could send you a bunch of wine bottles. Apple pie is my favorite. Real apple pie shine. Probably like Granny makes. Which I need to get a bottle of that from her. Yeah, Hinton, Crown Royal is very popular. Although I do, somebody said something about mixing Crown Royals, and I can't remember what it was. Was it green and peach? Can't remember offhand. Yeah, I drink a lot of wine. I can ship you off some bottles. Do you care what color? Because I've got clear bottles, I got dark bottles, I got black bottles. Apple and cinnamon, okay. Just wait until lawn mowing season. I'll be putting all those misprint koozies up there. I'll be having them all over the hood of my riding mower. Oh yeah? You develop a taste for it at some point, Hinton. I did have a guy. He made apple pie shine back in my bar days. We went up to the bar after work, and we were real good friends with the bartender. We were there all the time, younger days. And he came in and he was like, "Hey, by the way, I made this apple pie moonshine." And I got interested real fast. The bartender got interested real fast. But she made us all go out to the parking lot. So it was like 8 of us standing in a circle, passing these jars around, having a high old time. I hear that you can make moonshine-esque drink with something like Everclear. I don't know. I might give it a shot. You're basically just flavoring the Everclear. Crown green apple and Crown caramel mix. Caramel apple. Alright. I'm going to check it out. I don't know what Crown I have in the house in the bar. But I think I have apple, regular, and I think that might be the only 2 I have. I might have peach. I'm not sure. Have a good night, Hinton. Thanks for hanging out with us, bud. I'll be heading out here as soon as I get this done. And then I'll come back out in about an hour and get a new engraving going. Yeah, it depends where you're at. This little local distillery, they're called Luminary. I don't even know. They might be a nationwide thing, but they got a little distillery up here, and they make some really good stuff. Their pies are very sweet. Like their apple pie is very sweet, but they're only like 50 proof. They're not They call them shine, but it's not really shine. You could probably drink half the bottle before you had any kind of real effect. It's only illegal if you get caught. Carrot pie. I have not. Justin, that's my grandfather's old brake barrel 12 gauge. So I made that hanger there and put it up on the wall. Nicole, I'll have to give that a try. Tequila. Oh. Oh. Break action? Yeah. Break barrel, break action, whatever. Whatever you want to say, Grass. It does this. Yeah, I'm really proud of it. I gotta do a little bit of cleaning to it without doing too much damage. But it's gonna live right there on the wall for the rest of the time that I'm here. You were young, yeah. Justin, I went up to the gun store and I had them clip the firing pin, so it'll never be usable again. Well, I mean, I guess unless somebody replaces the firing pin, but YouTube can bite me. I've come to the conclusion that YouTube is not how I make money. I make money, I have a day job and I do woodworking. And so I don't care what YouTube does. They can demonetize me or whatever. A crack barrel. But I'm not even monetized, so it doesn't matter. It's the worst they can do is, I don't know, kick me off or something. In which case, I guess they just do what everybody else does and start another channel. Man, I'm going to be peeling glue off my fingers for a week. It is really satisfying pulling it off, though. I own very many firearms, Cody, and I love everything about them. I'm an avid enthusiast, hunter, and fisherman, even though I don't get to go fishing as often as I'd like to. What's up, New Beginnings? That's true, Nicole. I have some hand soap that gets it's got like walnut in it. It gets the grease off your hands real good, and it works really good for getting the little bits of glue off. I do have an epic collection of baits, and they are stored very securely. Oh, Aftershock and what was the other one? Avalanche. Oh, man. The very first time that I got drunk, parents left me home alone, had a bottle of Jack Daniels, Aftershock, and Avalanche on the counter. And I went, why not? I'm a grown boy. I can have a drink. No. Green nail polish. I don't have any green stuff here. Will do, Lucifer. Definitely will. The planter could be the plastic spin, right? And there'll be a cedar, so it'll keep the bugs away and stuff. They won't be like trying to dig around in it. What's up, Justin? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in, man. I tell you what, for being a sweet drink, that cherry pie is really good. It's a tasty drink, not a sit down and get happy drink. That's what the brandy and stuff is for. Pretty cheap. Oh, the green nail polish remover? Yeah. I've seen it. I didn't know there was a difference. I thought it was just colored different. You would like? Well, maybe. You would probably like the apple pie. The cherry pie has a little bit more of a bite, but the apple pie, yeah, grass, exactly. The cherry pie has a little bit more bite, but the apple pie has less bite, and it's kind of the aftertaste of cinnamon with the foretaste of apple. The cherry, that cherry is right out in front, but it does have a little bit of a bite to it. It's probably not going to be something that you like. Oh, skin conditioner. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. Michael, that was so my parents came home from whatever they were doing, and I apparently, so all I remember of that night was I was sitting down in the recliner watching TV, right? And I was drinking on whatever stuff I could, whatever stuff I had there, whatever I could drink up, which was the Jack, Aftershock, and Avalanche. I'm not a cinnamon fan, so I really did like the Avalanche. It was good. And then I stood up, hit the floor, and then woke up in the bathroom with my parents videotaping me with the old school videotape camera, like not a phone, but a camera. And I am sure that they still have that. In fact, I'm positive they still have that. You make some wine? You make wine? I remember thinking, man, this whole drinking thing doesn't... I don't know why these people are stumbling around all over the place on TV. This isn't nothing. And I stood up and smacked the floor, and that was it. Somewhere along the line, I made it to the bathroom. Yeah, I know you would, Steph. I know you would. If my parents knew about YouTube, I'm sure it would already be posted on here. No, they don't need to know about YouTube. I don't like cinnamon. That what is it, Fireball? That cinnamon cinnamon liquor that everybody likes. I can't do it. Can't stand it. I've seen people drinking just right out of the bottle, just chugging bottles of that stuff. Like, man, I like a little bit of cinnamon. That's it, a little bit. Yeah, I don't do atomic fireballs either. I mean, I'm sure it's good to somebody who likes cinnamon. It's got to be good, otherwise it wouldn't be so popular. But well, that's got to smell nifty. Okay, so French toast. Yeah, see a little bit of cinnamon in my French toast, cinnamon in my apple pie, my pumpkin pie, things like that. But it's not. It's not like right out there punching you in the face. You know, it's like with that apple pie stuff that Luminaries place makes. It's got a. You can taste the cinnamon. It's there, but it's not right out in front. It's not the only taste. You got the apple first, and then the aftertaste is cinnamon. But like, there's people that make apple butter. Like I love apple butter, but they will put so much cinnamon in it that I'm like, yeah, I'm not ever gonna eat this. Never ever. Like enough that it burns your eyes with the amount of cinnamon in it. You know, when you're there when it's being made, stirring it up and whatnot. Like, no, I can't do that kind of thing. That's nuts. I like making apple butter too. There's some people down in West Virginia that have a big kettle, a big copper kettle. They'll make apple butter once a year, and they'll before they add a ton of cinnamon, they'll scoop me out a couple jars of it. Yeah, Michael, it's got. You know, it's probably that avalanche or that aftershock. That was probably what ruined me to cinnamon early on. So, how does dyeing your hair with cinnamon work? I've never heard of that before. That sounds interesting. It's got to at least have a good smell. Like, I like the smell of cinnamon. You know, within reason. Mustard! Wait. Hey, Julie, how you doing? Thanks for coming back. so, so I'm not gonna do donations, even when I do get to be monetized or whatever. Um, so I don't know what I'm gonna do to utilize the pickle. So I got to figure something out. Right? This pickle is the best thing ever. The Dr. Dingus Screaming Pickle. Cinnamon, honey, and olive oil. What color does it make? Does it make like kind of like a reddish brown? Grass, I am pretty good at finding ways to use my pickle. Let me tell you. Random woodwork trivia. Use the pickle. You know what? That's not a half bad idea. We'll figure out a way. We'll figure out a way to incorporate the pickle. I mean, this has got to be like the best. I don't know what this cost. Like $15. And, no problem, Justin. Copper reddish brown. Okay. See, I don't know about the honey. Putting the honey in your hair, because that just sounds sticky. But I'm sure that it's, you know, not as bad as I think it is. Yeah, I gotta remember my audience. I'm sorry. God bless it. Let's turn this fan on. Get that smoke blowing around a little bit. Good Lord. Standing over here right next to the lasers, just pumping smoke out. Let's move over here. Ah, burning the eyes. Or it's the sawdust and stuff on my hoodie. Oh Lord, grass! I'll be running. I gotta get batteries for it. Have you seen that box? There's a lot of stuff in that box. Yeah, probably both. I'll have to get at least one more set of batteries. Better. I don't even know what kind of batteries it takes. I tell you what, though, this fan is going to come in really handy in the summer. It takes 3 1.5 volt AG13 batteries, so 3 watch batteries. Probably be cheaper to hand deliver, right? Mediterranean style sardines, huh? I'm gonna have to let's see if it's got 3 batteries and they're all stacked. That means it's operating off of 4.5 volts. So I'm sure I've got a power supply for it. Just be a permanent fixture hanging in the ceiling somewhere, just like. Right, Nicole? That's an awesome idea. That's what I was telling Crappy Man Jigs when he got his pickle. I was like, you should put that in videos now, in shorts and stuff, so we can find the pickles. And he did put it in a few, and he would show it like real quick. So I had to watch some of his stuff like 4 or 5 times to be like, yep, I found it. It's right there. Michael, I'm not a big sardine guy, but I've never had Mediterranean sardines. My dad, though, he would eat sardines, just pop a random can open and just start nomming on them. Playing with his pickle. Yep, that's me. A pickle. Oh, goodness. So that thing only smokes a whole bunch when it's that first cut going through. And then it's the, I bet you are, Grass. I bet you are. I think it's the tape. Because once it's through that tape, after that first cut, it doesn't smell bad anymore. That was definitely a pickup line. What are y'all drinking now? Well, I'm about to have another little bit of cherry pie. And then I'm going to call her a night because I still got to go eat dinner. But this is what I was telling you guys, the cherry pie. Like, so I don't know if Luminary is like a brand, like a big brand, but they have a distillery up here. I feel like they're a local distillery. Still with the Irish? Well done. All 16 of them? Good Lord. I got 1 cat anymore, and she is more than enough. Is that fan too loud for you guys? It is kind of right next to you. What's up, Crazy Life? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, it's diluted stuff. It's not true shine, but it's what they sell around here. Mint chocolate chip ice cream, that's always a good choice. I'm doing pretty good, Crazy. I'm doing pretty good. We got absolutely nothing accomplished today, but we did build the front and back of that frame. And we got the sides cut, so tomorrow first thing I'll spray them. I'll prime them, spray them black, and then I'll set them over here somewhere because I'll cut that direction, so I'll blow the sawdust that way. And then we'll get the cedar cut for it. Bugging the crap out of me if I was just your sheet. No, I had the fan on high. I turned it down for you. I've got one. I used to have 2 cats, but one just up and died on me. Now I've just got his sister. Real Ozark Mountain Firewater. I miss me some good mountain shine. So I'll go down to West Virginia, and them West Virginia boys, they know how to party. We're down in the mountains, have a good time. It's always usually sitting by a fire and waking up in the morning. That's usually how that goes. You just hope it doesn't rain. See, I haven't been to NC yet. So delicious, mint chocolate, non-dairy. I do like York peppermint patties are one of my favorites. So, I'm not a big peppermint fan. I prefer wintergreen, but a peppermint patty, man, there's nothing like it. I'm in PA. I'm all the way up here by the lake. The Ozark boys know how to party. I'll have to check it out. I'll be honest, I generally, if I see something as non-dairy, I'll generally ignore it. Because even though me and dairy don't exactly get along, I like to pretend we do. Right? I'm going to need Justin to mail me some of that. We can do that, right? Okay. See, a lot of stuff, I noticed a lot of stuff, and it's probably just because I eat the wrong stuff. But a lot of stuff, when they say it's non-dairy or fat-free or whatever, it tastes bad. Julie, are you more of a sweet drink? I got you, Justin. That's true, Michael. That's true. You gotta be either a special kind of person or blasted drunk to go stick your hand in a random hole in the river. Well, I know I do get a case of wine delivered every couple of months. DoorDash. The most expensive DoorDash ever. All right, I'll check it out, Nicole. If I can find it locally, I'll check it out. There was one guy. He brought me, the cardboard boxes, the little trays that canned food will come in the store. He brought me one of those filled with little not shine bottles. Filled little canning jars. They were just little guys. It was probably a glass, like one of these whiskey glasses each, and it was just a whole bunch of different kinds of stuff that they made, or they know somebody who made mason jars. Yeah, there you go. But the different flavors were amazing. Some of them were really bad, and some of them were absolutely awesome. Yeah, pint size. They're just the little guys, but man, they were fun. So delicious. I'll write it down right now. I'll write it down here underneath Monkey Depot. So delicious. Wait. What flavor did you say? Mint chocolate. Okay. It's like you know me. Write it down so you don't forget. Your time flies now, Justin? Awesome. Awesome. Write it down or scratch it into a piece of wood. Yep. Yeah, I was talking about the noodling. That's what I meant. Well, damn. I may just hang out here for 15 more minutes so I can flop that around to a new one. Jolie, me? No, I'm not tying flies. I tie stuff on occasion for my own use, and it's not pretty. The stuff Turner does, or did in the beginning, was better than the stuff that I tie. That's right, Mark. That's right. Did I? Flying ties? Did I say flying ties? I'm sorry. Man, now I feel goofy. Templeton Rye. It's older than Jack. I've seen that. I've seen that. I've never tried it though, but I've seen it. We are. Well, that is making its second to last cut, so I think I'm just going to hang out till that's done. You got your 2.0 OGs. Nice. Challenged by your best friend's son to go shot for shot. Ooh. Nice, Grass. Nice. At least you won. You've been crochet. So I seen you in Justin's live talking about making jellyfish, and I had no idea what you were talking about. Oh, it's made 29 miles from you. All right. Definitely stay. You're starting this way. That's me shifting my feet because I've been standing here. I don't think I've seen pictures of your jellyfish. I'm about to break out a chair so I don't be shifting foot to foot here, so nobody thinks I'm freaking schnockered or something. I am standing on concrete. See? With my tennis shoes, so they're not comfortable at all. Had to keep up with his dad when he first met him. Yep, that'll do it to you. A mermicoin. Mermicorn. Like a mermaid unicorn? Well, this is how Sunday night or Sunday afternoons lives will go. It'll be a great time. So, y'all are talking about crocheting, right? I used to, with my grandma, I used to make granny squares. That was about it. That's the extent of my, and I'm not even sure I could do it now. That was the extent of my crocheting. Be over, like, grandma was babysitting me, and, you know, I'm younger. Gotta have supervision. Can't run around town. So we'd sit and we'd make granny squares for stuff all day long. I don't know that I could do it now. I mean, going would be fine because that's easy. That's muscle memory. It's the starting and ending that I could never figure out. Making Danny squares, yeah. Right, Zyro? It does feel like the weekend. I mean, it can be the weekend. Just have to make a phone call. $125 4-row granny squares in an hour. Oh, good lord. Right, Michael? You don't know me, Steph. You don't know. I don't still need supervision. Oh, you sew? Okay. All right. Listen, I can sew. Needle and thread, I can do all kinds of things. All right, except for patch socks. I can't do that. I tried. It didn't work out. 'Cause I can feel where I sewed it together, like to fix a little hole, and then it drives me nuts all day. But I can sew a button back on. I'm a pro at button sewing. It might not be in the right area to line up with the hole, like so it might be all like stretched out or goofy, but I can sew a button on. Lies. You don't know. Got to keep the patch loose, never tight. I'm assuming you guys are talking about like your military patches. Grass, I'm pretty sure that between you and me, we can make anything dirty. It started cutting the square. Oh, the sock patch. Oh. It's a trick of the trade, Julie. Trick of the trade. You gotta have fun where you can. Alright, so tomorrow we're going to do a horizontal lab. Y'all haven't met my gutter brain. All right, Nicole. All right. So I've worked in shops my whole life. So we've got that style of gutter. Grass is military. So that's a whole nother level of gutter. Michael is former military, I believe. So, same level of gutter. Oh, the Call of Duty lobbies. Oh, goodness. I mean, if you can make a sailor blush, you might fit right in. We might have to do a private stream so YouTube doesn't get mad at us. That sounded really bad. That is not what I meant, Grass, and you know it. Soon call. Giggity. Yep, exactly. So one thing I just thought about is I'm going to need to create a jig. Wait, never mind. I don't need to create a jig. I've got one already. For making sure everything sits square and in the same spot. Getting fresh with the sailors. Listen. What happens in the shop stays in the shop, okay? Oh, goodness. I got like 8 more minutes for that to get done. Oh, don't get jiggy. Oh, so I just looked over and I seen that that fishing rod holder thing that I made one day. I realized I never finished it. I should probably do that one day. Julie, I can't remember. Yeah, Panfish Weekly. That's it. Yeah. Cleveland linked it probably 2 or 3 times by now. He's linked it. He's probably linked it a lot. I know I've seen it at least 2 times. Although Cleveland's probably about in bed by now. But if you scroll back up, I don't know if you can scroll it through the chat or not. I don't know. This live stream, I didn't play any music. I wasn't doing anything crazy, so I'll probably just post this one. I'll let it go public. So then once the comments load, or the live chat loads, you can scroll through that and check it out. All right. Have a good night, Nicole. There's Cleveland. All right. Yeah, it is getting rather smoky in here. It's doing its... Goodness. Can't lean on that. It looks like it's doing its last cut now. It's doing the... it's doing this bit. The frame. So then I'll flip it around and go inside. That'll be tomorrow at, I believe, 8 o'clock. 8 p.m. Eastern. So I'm gonna end my live at 8 tomorrow, so that I can go hang out over there with those guys. So I don't know how much we'll get done in 2 hours, but right, Grass? That's what I said. It still counts as going live. It still counts. Also, so I was just thinking about it. So all these little pieces that, like these little pieces that come out of this thing, like, it seems an awful lot like I could make a puzzle. Holy cow, you beat Cleveland to an answer? Oh, man. He must be getting tired. Yeah, Panfish Nation, they have like a... Their icon is like a green circle that looks like a fish in it. And I think they're at like just over 1,000 subscribers. If you type in Panfish Nation, or at least when I typed it in, it was the first one that popped up. But I'll end up cutting my live off at 8 o'clock because that's when they're gonna go, and I kind of want to go hang out with them, show my support and all that. So I think we might not do a lot. We might not do a giveaway tomorrow. We might have to wait till Thursday. I'm sorry. I've never done a giveaway before. I'm sorry. I'm not properly planned out for it. So maybe. I don't know if we'll do that planter thing because it is rather large. That would cost a fortune to ship. I think it's Panfish Nation is hosting, or they're doing a. My guess would be they're doing a go live with. So you should probably be able to get to it on either channel. I would think. I don't know how that works. I definitely need an exhaust fan, though. That way the smoke can blow out from underneath the eaves and the neighbors can think my garage is on fire. Oh, Grass. It'll probably be Panfish Nation. If I had to guess, they would be the primary streamer. Now, I have seen other like 2 and 3 person streams where people are watching it from different channels. Like, you know, a group of people is watching it from this one and a group of people is watching it from this one. And they don't get they're in their own separate chats. Like, they're not interacting. Okay, Cleveland. Yeah, that makes sense. Do some coasters for a giveaway, easy and light to ship. I mean, that's fair stuff. That's fair. Grass, you watch Janelle's lives, right? So when Janelle does a co-op live with like Maya, people will watch the live from Maya's channel, and then other people will watch the live from Janelle's channel. And I only know this because they'll be responding, or Maya will be responding to people in her chat that I can't see unless they have me blocked for whatever reason, which is possible because I kind of troll everybody. Grass, you haven't seen Maya's work? Maya does, she does like landscape painting. It's really good. And she'll be like, "Oh, I'm taking my time," and you'll blink and it's done. Like, she's super quick. They do them quite often. So, but they're usually like, I don't know if they're usually early morning or early evening. Well, Janelle hasn't popped in here today, so that's a. It'd be nice if she could answer when they do go live. I don't know that they have a schedule. I think they just randomly decide they're going to do it. Oh, I know, Grass. I know. I've seen you in there in her chat. We're making our last couple of passes on the laser here. See. And then I'll pull those nails and flip it over, flip the board around, and I'll start board number 4, and I'll call her at night. Yeah, that fish painting was really cool. Sure, Zyra. What's your joke, bud? Yeah. Mark, so Janelle does a lot of like, she kind of just throws watercolors on a square, on a paper, and then she'll do like pebble drawings where she'll take some of those watercoloring or water paint pictures, whatever she calls them, and then she'll find like little pebbles in them. Mike Larry who? And then Maya does watercolorings, but she does like landscape kind of stuff, kind of like Bob Ross. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they both do different stuff. That's just what I've seen them do. Mike Larry from Bad Boys. What? Was that the joke? Really? A Bad Boys joke? That's what I'm saying. Look, even Cleveland facepalm. I'm negative 4 minutes and 30 seconds for this to be done, so. That was the joke? Alright. Alright, I guess. What you want to do? It's alright, Zyro. It's alright. No harm, no foul, bro. Hey, it's done. Oh, what am I doing? I can just flip the camera around. Yeah. Oh, I gotta get a screwdriver to pop those brad nails out. Yeah. One. There's two. My time the brad nail came out with the plywood. All right. You guys can see why I don't, maybe you can't. All these burn marks, these are why I put a board down on top of my grid. The grid I only really use for if I'm doing engravings. All right, we're gonna snap. Snap those off because this board doesn't need to be that long. Smack a couple brads in it to hold the end down because I don't want it binding up my laser while I'm not out here. Alright. Change this name. I will have to. I guess I will have to end the stream here. So thanks guys for hanging out for however long you were here, waiting on me to figure out that my phone died. And I will chat with you guys later. No, I had to bring my phone inside. My charger block died, so it's just dark over here where I'm standing. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you all for hanging out. We'll see you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Later, guys.